here and see what you can do. hear him say that. You can move it. I hear him say that. You can move it. I hear him say that. You can move it. I hear him say that. You can move it.
Good morning and welcome. We are going to get started today at the Washington County Fair. This is our Market Beef Show. The first class we'll have coming into the ring here in just a moment is going to be our heavy feeder class.
Cow here, and I'm going to talk about KCTC's beefy broadband speeds. You can feast on the ultimate security experience. Monitor from anywhere, deter crime, and save money. KCTC offers a grade A premium menu of solutions, keeping you online, secured, and giving you the meat sweats. Plus, all new customers are entered to win a half a hog or a beef bundle. Don't stew on it. Visit kctc.net/beefybroadband.
Our judge today is Dustin Holbert. Dustin is the CEO of the American Canyon Association. He grew up on an Angus and Simmental operation in Raymond, South Dakota. He was very active in showing and judging through 4-H and FFA and attending state, regional, and national shows growing up. He and his wife, Gina, along with their kids, Baylor and Maddie, also own and operate Crossbred cattle raising and show heifer and steer prospects every fall. Dustin and Gina strongly believe that there is no better place to raise kids than in a barn and on the road at shows. Dustin has judged showmanship contests at the National Junior Angus Show, National Junior Shorthorn Show, steer showmanship at the American Royal and Hoosier Beef Congress, to name a few. He is also judged at the American Royal, Dixie Nationals, and North Dakota State Fair and Western Idaho State Fair. He is excited to be here to work with the youth.
You'll hear him say that you can meet that child.
Also, just as a reminder, we will not be taking a break for lunch today. There will be no break for lunch, so we will continue working through our show order until we are complete.
You'll hear him say that you can meet that child.
Well, good morning, everyone. I am excited to be here and work through your steer show this morning and through your market heifers. Here's a feeder class. I chose to start with the one that's the longest body, squarest made calf in the class. Gets out and moves well. I think once he does finally get to market ready, he's probably going to have the best carcass. He's probably the biggest in his stock of this class. Next, I chose to go with the young man's heifer. Just visually, she's square made. Looks like she's carrying some condition, so she's getting closer to being market ready. I'd like to lengthen her out a little bit to stand any higher today. Third, we get into one that you get behind him, and he probably isn't as stout as I would like to see one made. Doesn't carry that muscle down into his lower quarter to stand any higher today. Then we get another one that just doesn't have the muscle expression to stand any higher, but gets out and moves good. And I think once he gets to be market ready, it'll be a good animal for this young lady. Let's go ahead and give him a round of applause for that feeder class.
You'll hear him say that you can meet that child.
Results of our heavy feeder class, our first class that was in the ring, we had first going to Grace Skelton of the Lime Creek Limelights, receiving a red. Second to Nicholas Pasha of the Washington Hustlers, receiving a red. Third to Kaylin Eldridge of Riverside Enterprises, receiving a red. Fourth to Kinley Skelton of the Lime Creek Limelights, receiving a red.
You'll hear him say that you can meet that child.
first class of returning bucket bottle market steers.
This nice cool morning has these calves feeling really good when they hit these wood chips. And it's also hard. This is the returning bucket calf class from last year. You get these guys around for so long, they have their own little attitude and quirks. But here's a really nice way to start this class with a red calf that's really just a meat and potatoes type of calf. He's level topped, he's strong topped. You get behind him, he got some shape to him, and I think, you know, he's probably the most market ready in this class today. Just a really complete way to start this class. The next three here, you could kind of do what you wanted. I chose to go with the one that's longer bodied, maybe a longer hipped. He's starting to put some condition on. Looks like he's got some cover to him. Just, you know, eye appeal wise, he kind of falls in that second hole for me. Third place calf coming out. You know, I'd like to lengthen him up in his hip a little bit, maybe stouten him up when you get behind him, but another good project for the young man. Steer that comes out in fourth. You get off the side of him and you'd like to change him a little bit, you know, maybe tuck that chest up in him a little bit. But you do get behind him. He does have some expression. He maybe slopes a little bit in that hooks to pins area, maybe stouten him up a little bit. Then we come into two in fifth and sixth here that, you know, just aren't pushing the condition. Maybe don't have the eye appeal of the other four ahead of them, but nice class. Let's go ahead and give them a round of applause.
The results of our returning bucket bottle market steer class 1, we had first with a blue to Joseph Pesha of Washington Hustlers, second with a blue to Mara Northup of Green Acres, third with a blue to Parker Conway of Franklin Cubs, fourth with a blue to Eve Stoutner of the Lime Creek Live Wires, fifth with a red to Gracie Wood of the Washington Hustlers, sixth with a red to Alexis Pesha of the Washington Go-Getters. Now coming into the ring, we have our second class of returning bucket bottle market steers.
understand that you can move that type of you understand that you can move that type of you understand that you can move that type of you understand that you can move that type of you understand that you can move that type of
Here's our second class of the bucket calves that come back from last year. A lot more decisions to be made in this class. Lots of anywhere from like 1,300, 1,310 on up to 1,600 pounds. I chose to go with the most complete calf. You get out, you look at him, he's eye appealing. You put your hands on him. I handled those top two at the end there. You put your hands on him, he's starting to put enough cover on. You know, he needs a few more days on feed to get right there at market ready, but I think he's probably the most ideal in weight for me today to start this class. Calf in second here, really stout, powerful made calf. You put your hands on him, he probably doesn't have the cover that the first calf has, but he has enough for this stage of the game for me. You know, he gets out, moves, he pops up in his top a little bit, but just another meat and potatoes type of calf. Calf that comes out in third, really long bodied, good size frame to him, kind of eye appeal look to him. You just get behind him and he just isn't stout enough in that lower third for me. He doesn't have enough muscle to stand up any higher in this class today. Brockle face steer coming next. I think this one was right there at like 1310. I think has a lot of future to him. Another 45 days down the road, I think he's going to be more ideal weight to go to market. But he's an eye-appealing calf. You appreciate his squareness about him, how he gets out and moves around the ring. Another calf that comes in here about 1,300 pounds. You get behind him, he's big-topped, he's square-made, just lacks some eye appeal and maybe some condition to stand any higher today. Then we get into 3 calves that are on the upper end for me. I think this calf was like 1590, just kind of coarser made. Gets a little straighter in his structure. I know he's really close to going to market, and so structure really shouldn't be an issue, but I sure would like to see him get around the ring a little better to stand any higher. Then we run into one that he just gets a little straight on both ends for me. And like I just said in that last class, they get to this point, they've made it this long, they're good. This calf just appears he needs some more days on feed, so is he going to make it? And then we'll round out the class with the 1,600-pound steer. Really long-bodied, looks like he's ready to go. He's just a touch big for me today, but a high-quality animal, no doubt. Let's go ahead and give these guys a round of applause.
The results of our second class of returning bucket bottle market steers. We had first with a purple being exhibited by Tate Bombi of the Line Creek Live Wires. Second with a purple going to Blair Northup of Green Acres. Third with a blue to Clayton Bartholomew of Franklin Cubs. Fourth with a blue to Zoe Demler of Waco FFA. Fifth with a blue to Zach Hotchkiss of Green Acres. Sixth with a red to Morgan Northup of Green Acres. Seventh with a red to Tessa Bombay of the Line Creek Live Wires. And eighth with a red to Taya Bombay of the Line Creek Live Wires. We are now going to have our championship drive for returning bucket bottle steer. Coming back into the ring from Class 1, our first place was exhibited by Joseph Pesha, and our second place by Maren Northup. And then from Class 2, our first place was exhibited by Tate Bombi, and our second by Blair Northup. Across the board. Our beef checkoff fees this year are being paid by Michael Houston with Pioneer Hybrid. The wood chips in the beef stalls are donated by Hammis Brothers Sawmill of Ollie. Shavings in the show ring are donated by Joe Hostetler of 4H Wood Products. Carcass scan fees are paid by Evans Welding and LCB Feed and Washington County Cattlemen.
You bring these returning bucket calves back out here. Let's give them a round of applause for sticking with the project all the way through for 2 years. That's very impressive. And these 4 individuals out here, I think for coming through the bucket calf program last year, very high quality individuals and they're industry standard looking cattle to me. I'm gonna go ahead and use the first and second from that second class as your champion in reserve. I think they're more ready for market, more ideal for me. Not taking anything away from that red one because I think that's a high quality one. I just don't think he's far enough along to get in for champion or reserve. So let's congratulate these 2 individuals for champion and reserve bucket calves.
The results of our returning bucket bottle market steer class. Our champion is being exhibited by Tate Bombi. Banner for that is sponsored by Steve and Pam Davis family. Surf was exhibited by Blair Northup, and the award for that is sponsored by Schneider Family Farms. Coming into the ring now, we have a returning bucket bottle market heifer class. I do want to take a moment and recognize Taylor Bartholomew, who's out currently in the ring. Taylor is one of our 2024 4-H graduates. He's wearing one of the gray polos that is sponsored by Widow Farm Supply. We also have Zoe Denler, who is one of our 2024 graduates. If you're planning ahead for your meeting at the fair today, Washington County Cattlemen will be at the Producers Grill. They are serving lunch today from 11 to 1 and dinner tonight from 4 to 8.
hear him saying that you can move it. You hear him saying that you can move it. You hear him saying that you can move it. You hear him saying that you can move it. You hear him saying that you can move it.
Here's a nice start to the market heifers with this bucket calf class, the comeback. I chose the one that she weighs 1320. She could use a few more days on feed. She's putting some condition on that rib cage. But I mean, you get back and you look at her, she's got extra eye appeal to her. She's real nice when she gets out and moves. You get behind her, she's stout. She's got enough muscle. When I handled them, and that's when I made up my decision to switch them at the end. Like I said, I think she needs a little bit more time on feed, but she's more closer time to go to town today than the heifer that's going to come out in second. Heifer in second, maybe not quite as long bodied, maybe not quite as long in that hip as that first place heifer. But one you really got to appreciate for her eye appeal. She's carrying good condition, maybe not, she's another one that needs a little bit more time, but I think the young man said she weighed 1250. I think she's right on track to finish out. Just followed that first place one real nice. Then we come into two that little extra length of body to them, real square made. This one's probably better in her hip when she gets out, probably has a shot more muscle in that lower third. The smoke-colored heifer here follows that third place heifer real nice. Maybe not as wide as her pins and square as her hip as the one above her to stand any higher today. Then we get into one, that last class I talked, she's probably the most market ready today, but structure still is an issue for me. She still doesn't need a few more days on feed. Her front end structure concerns me a little bit. She's getting some swelling and some hocks, so I just couldn't use her any higher today. Really a tough one for me was this moderate framed one. I think she's carrying good condition. She's level made, but to me she's weighing, I think the young lady said 12 or 1160, I believe. And I just like to put a little bit more frame in her. She's going to need some more time on feed. I just don't know that she'd hang as big a carcass as some of those ones above her. She'll finish out lighter weight. Then we run into 2 or 3 here. Just need a little bit more time. Maybe not putting the weight per day of age on like they should be. But I chose to go with the Hereford marked one. She's long bodied, she's level made. She gets out and moves nice. Then we go to this smoke one here. Just need some more feed. Like to stouten her up some. She's extra long bodied, and that's why she places over the top of this one, going to finish out the class. I'd like to lengthen her out in her body, maybe give her a little more frame. But let's go ahead and give these individuals a round of applause.
The results of our returning bucket bottle heifer class. We had our champion being exhibited by Taya Bombi, also receiving a purple, and that banner was sponsored but in memory of Nancy Adrian. The reserve was shown by Lucas Bender. His award was sponsored by Schneider Family Farms. Third in that class with a purple went to Madison Conway of Franklin Cubs. Fourth with a purple to Kendall Conway of Franklin Cubs. Fifth with a blue going to Tessa Bombay of the Lime Creek Live Wires. Sixth with a blue going to Zoe Denler of Waco FFA. Seventh with a red going to Tyler Rogers of Washington Hustlers. Eighth with a red going to Gracie Wood of Washington Hustlers, and ninth with a red to Taylor Bartholomew of the Franklin Cubs. Coming into the ring now, we have our small breed steer class. The banner for the small breeds division is sponsored by Eco Cattle Company, Taylor and Shelby Flynn, and the reserve award is sponsored by Schneider Family Farms.
Here I'm saying that you can move it. Here I'm saying that you can move it. Here I'm saying that you can move it.
will be a first call for
a little more variation in this class of miniature breeds. I chose to go with the one that's longer bodied, maybe a little square made. Just a real nice place to start, you know. For me, that's the one that wins the class pretty easily. It comes a little closer in second, third, and it comes down a little more personal preference. I think this one's probably longer bodied. Going to get more to what I would say for a miniature to be more ideal in its body condition when it's finished out. Gets out and moves nice, taking nothing away from the third place animal. Very level made, has some muscle, carrying some cover. Let's go ahead and give these guys a round of applause.
the results of our small breed division. We had our champion being exhibited by Macy Harry and receiving a purple from the Line Creek Livewires. Second, receiving a purple for reserve champion Tatum Ehrig of the Line Creek Livewires, and third with a purple going to JC Flynn of the Line Creek Livewires. Next class we'll have coming into the ring will be our produce. These are offspring of former heifer projects that have exhibited at the Washington County Fair. The awards for the produce market steer were sponsored by Bruce and Leanna Watson, and also the cash award sponsored by Richard and Angie Sandberg. The reserve champion award is sponsored by Schneider Family Farms.
hear him say that you can move it.
We have a red Ford F-250 that has a license plate of NKB529. It's on the west side of the swine barn. It needs to be moved. We have a red Ford F-250 NKB529 for the license plate. It's on the west side of the swine barn that needs to be moved.
Hear him say that you can move it. Hear him say that you can move it. Hear him say that you can move it.
Let's give these kids a round of applause. This is the produce class, not necessarily bred and known, but it's something that's been shown through this ring, and they brought these calves back. Very good class, top to bottom. Just some slight differences I see in them. And when you put your hands on them, there's a couple differences too. I chose to use the calf. I think 1310. I think he weighed is what the young man told me. Has a big old top in him when you get your hands on him. Even when you look at him, you get behind him, you can see there's a big top. And when you lay your hands on him, you can really see, on that loin edge and everything. And he's starting to put some cover on. Cover-wise, these two are pretty dang close to each other. But I just chose to use the one that's a little longer from the point of his shoulder to the top of his hooks, so he's longer in his spine. Probably a little more muscle expression. Young man does a very nice job with that class winner. But it was real close in these two. Like I said, you take this one and put a little more length of body in him, maybe make him a little taller, a little touch more frame. I probably like him a little better than the other one. But you get behind him and he probably just doesn't have the muscle expression in that lower third as the class winner does, but another high quality individual meat and potatoes type of calf. Here's a calf that I like quite well. When it come down to it, you put your hands on him. He probably doesn't quite have the top that the other two did when you get your hands on him. You step back and to me, he's probably not as eye appealing. Easy on the eyes as the other two to stand any higher today, but another meat and potatoes calf that's going to be a real good calf when he's finished out. The calf that really catches your eye when he comes at you in the ring is this blaze face calf here, weighing 1250, 1270. I think the young lady told me. Really striking from the side. You put your hands on him and he needs some more days on feed. Super long bodied, maybe a little soft right behind that shoulder. But one that I think when he gets there, he's going to be real good. Another 45 days, he probably wins this class. Then we follow out with the red one after that blaze face one, kind of the same situation. Really eye-appealing calf. You get your hand, you step back and you look at him. He's level-hipped. He kind of comes up in his top a little bit. I'd like to stouten him up in that lower third. He gets out and moves nice. I think she said he weighed 1260. I'd like to see another 100 pounds on him. And then we come in with this 1,400-pound steer. He's a meat and potatoes type of calf. Would like to put some more muscle in that lower third, maybe stouten him up a little bit to stand any higher today. And then we have the lightest calf of the class. Just not as long bodied, not as much framed, just needs some more time to get there. So let's go ahead and give these guys a round of applause for this produce class.
The results of our produce, we had our champion being exhibited by Erica Thoman and receiving a purple. Our second, our reserve champion being exhibited by Ethan Hotchkiss. Also receiving a purple. Third with a purple going to Jade Sheets. Fourth with a purple to Peyton Ford. Fifth with a purple to Avery Janacek. Sixth with a blue to Claire Stalder. Seventh with a blue to Allie Wedstein. The next class we'll have coming in will be our first class of market heifers.
hear him say that he's a new bitch. I hear him say that he's a new bitch. I hear him say that he's a new bitch. I hear him say that he's a new bitch.
For me, in this to start off the market heifer show, here's a real easy place for me to start. Gets out and she moves well. She's soft in her pasterns. You get your hands on her and she's big top. Carries it all the way down her top line. Very eye appealing. Level in her hip. Just a real. This one wins this class pretty easily in my mind. Would I like to see her have a few more pounds on her? Absolutely. But at the grand scheme of things, just the quality of this one when she hit the ring, I can't, she wins real easily in this class. The decision was between second and third. Second, I swapped them there at the end. I think this one's more market ready. She has a nice cover to her, nice finish. She's long bodied. She's going to hang a good carcass when she's done. Heifer in third. I had her in second there for a little while, and I put my hands on her, and she's plenty fat for me, guys. You get up over the top of that rib cage, and it feels like there's quite a bit of fat on that one. Like to see her get out and loosened up in those pasterns a little bit. You shave some condition off that one. She's second, eat pretty easily in this class, but I just think she's carrying too much today. Then we get into one here. This smoke-colored one, you get back and you look at her, she's level in her lines. Just needs some more weight per day of age, maybe stouting her up in that muscle a little bit for a market heifer. And then we get in to round out the class with a black heifer that, probably has a little more frame score than the one ahead of her. But when you really get back and you look at them from the side view, she's got a little more chest in her. Doesn't carry back level in her lines. Just a little plainer made heifer. So let's go ahead and give these guys a round of applause.
The results of our first class of market heifers. We had first with a purple, being exhibited by William McWhirter. Second with a purple to Emily Renner. Third with a purple to Nicholas West. Fourth with a blue to Stella Janacek. Fifth with a blue to Adrian Blavelt. Next coming into the ring, we'll have our market heifer class 2. Following that, we will have a championship drive for champion reserve market heifer. We do want to recognize Braden Clow of the Washington Go-Getters, Jade Sheets of the Washington Go-Getters, and Brent Northup of Green Acres for receiving Beef Project Awards at the 2023 Awards Night.
hear him say that you can move the chest. You will hear him say that you can move the chest. You will hear him say that you can move the chest. You will hear him say that you can move the chest. You will hear him say that you can move the chest.
Another market heifer, when she hits the ring, she really catches your eye, and you get your hands on her and you appreciate what is there underneath that hair coat. She's strong top. She gets out. She moves real well. She's weighing enough for me today. Just a really easy place for me to start. The next three is kind of where I run them around in my head a little bit and switched them up. This heifer here weighs 1540. Is that a little much for me? Yeah, it probably is, but you put your hands on this one, she's ready to go. Like, she's got a smooth cover to her, she's long-bodied, she's sound, she gets out and moves. Just a real complete animal for me. I would like to, 1540s pushing the envelope for me, but like I said, you get your hands on these next 3 and she has the smoothest finish. She's ready to go. Heifer I had in second here for a while. You get your hands on her and she's carrying a little bit too much condition up over that rib cage on the top part. Still going to need some time to put some cover down on the lower rib cage. I just think she's going to carry too much condition by the time she's done. Here's a baldy heifer. Long body, gets out, moves nice. I'd like to trim her up in that front a little bit, lay her back in that shoulder. But you get your hands on another one that handles real nice, just needs a little more time. Young man's black heifer, I'd like to stouten her up in her bone structure a little bit, but she handles nice. You get back on her, she's probably got a little bit too much condition. I just like to add some frame to her to stand any higher today. Brockle face heifer coming next. You get behind her, you look at her, she's a big old top thing. She appears to have a lot of condition, appears like to trim her up in her underline and trim her up in that front to make her stand any higher today. Then we run into a heifer that was kind of a problem heifer for me. Real nice heifer. She gets out, she moves, she drops in those hooks a little bit. I don't know if she stepped on a rock or if she's just lame from coming to the ring. Sometimes you get bad luck like that, but I just couldn't use her any higher today because of her structure. And then to round out the class, we have one that just needs a little more weight per day of age, but a nice heifer, long-bodied, straight line in her level in her lines. Needs a little more bone structure underneath her to stand any higher. Let's give him a round of applause.
The results of our second market heifer class, we had first with a purple going to Cale Schneider, second with a purple going to Maya Murphy, third with a purple to Sarah Burdo, fourth with a purple to Tess Burdo, fifth with a blue to Evan Vidito, sixth with a blue to Grant Burdo, seventh with a red to Mason Schneider, eighth with a red to Allie Wolf. Coming into the ring now, we'll have our championship drive to select our champion and reserve champion market heifer. From Class 1, our first place was exhibited by William McWhirter, our second place by Emily Renner. From our second class of market heifers, first place being exhibited by Cale Schneider, second place by Maya Murphy.
I'm just going to take a moment and talk these two. Obviously, in my mind, it comes down to these two class winners. I'm going to tell you what I see. You step back off of this one, she profiles so nice. You get your hands on her. She's starting to get some cover. Does she weigh enough right now? Probably not, but that's okay. I'm okay with it. I'd like to change her a little bit is when she gets out and moves. I'd like to loosen her up in that hock. You get behind her and she's got some swelling in that one left hock. So that becomes an issue for me with her weighing 1070. Is she going to get there? But a really high quality individual. Then you go back in one that's probably more market ready today, got a little bit of extra cover on her, starting to put some cover down in. I think the young man said she weighed 1205. She gets around and moves good. Let's give these kids a round of applause, and I'll go get you a champion in reserve.
The results of our market heifer. We had our champion being exhibited by Cale Schneider, and the banner for that sponsored by Roger and Kathy Brenning. The reserve is being shown by William McWhirter, and the award for that is sponsored by Tim and Bev Colbert. Also, we have had a phone turned in over here at the announcer stand. So if you are missing a phone, please come and see me, and we'll see if it needs to go back home with you. Coming into the ring now, we have our Angus heifer, or our Angus steer class.
You'll hear him saying that you can meet the You'll hear him saying that you can meet the You'll hear him saying that you can meet the You'll hear him saying that you can meet the You'll hear him saying that you can meet the
Real tough class of Angus steers. To me, there's not one that just when they hit the ring, you're like, wow, this one has to win. You go ahead and you start putting your hands on them and handling them. I talked earlier that, you get up 15:45, that's pushing the limit for me. But what I will say is when you put your hands on this calf, he's ready to go today. That's why I chose, he's longer bodied, he's leveler hipped, he's got a shot more muscle in that lower third, he gets out and he moves nice. Obviously, like I said, he's not ideal weight for me. He's probably on the upper end. But, you know, condition-wise and everything, he's ready to go. That's why he wins this class today. Calf that comes out in second, I had him in third there for a while, but he grows on you while he's out here. You get behind him. He's stouter than the third place calf in that lower third down in through that stifle, maybe a little leveler topped. I think he weighed 1260, so he's got some time. You know, I'd sure like to see a little more frame on him to get there. But another high quality one. Young lady's calf that comes out next just needs a shot more muscle for me when you get in that lower third down and through that stifle. You know, I've talked, you know, the other day in the heifer show, I talked structure a lot, and structure is still important to me in the market side of things because they still have to get up and go to the feed bunk and do their duty. And gain weight, but you know, I'd like to free him up a little bit to stand any higher and put a little more muscle in him. Then we get into two calves that I think, in my mind, I think they're easy doing. There's lots of frame, there's lots of length of body. Probably just pushing too much cover for me today. I think the one was 1610 and the other one's 1745, and in my eyes, that's just a shot big for me. So, you know, and somebody else's it might work for them, but for what I'm looking for, it's just a shot big to place any higher today. Let's go ahead and give those Angus steer exhibitors a round of applause.
Results of our Angus class, we had our champion and receiving a purple going to Nicholas Peck. The banner for that is sponsored by Doug Colbert. The second place, the reserve with a purple going to Blake Sheets. The award is sponsored by Schneider Family Farms. In that class also, third with a purple to Madeline Siren. Fourth with a blue to Izzy Kalupa, fifth with a blue to Jace Kalupa. The class we have currently coming into the ring is our Kiania class.
get into this division. This one hits you hard when he comes in the gate. He's weighing 1345. He's handling real nice. Gets out and moves so nice around the ring. He looks good on the move. You get him stopped and he poses. He looks really good. You get behind him. He's a big old top, big butted type of calf. Wins this class pretty easily in my mind. More of this yellow steer here. I think he was 1385. I think the young lady told me. Just a meat and potatoes type calf. You get behind him. He's big top. He comes at you. He's bold. He's big footed. He's got some bone structure to him. You get behind him and he's big butted, just like to give him a little more eye appeal. He's probably pushing. He's got a little bit more. He doesn't feel as fresh as the calf that wins the class when you put your hands on him, but not taking anything away from him because that's a very high quality one there. Third place calf, I chose to use him in third because he's just a little longer bodied, gets around the ring a little nicer than that fourth place calf. Real another meat and potatoes type of calf. You put another 45 days on that calf, it's sure going to change him. Very eye appealing, gets around and moves good. Nice third place calf. Calf him around out the class. You get behind him, he gets outside of his skeleton, and I'd like to level him up in that hip a little bit. Maybe just a little more WDA on him as well. But again, another nice meat and potatoes type of calf. Let's give the exhibitors a round of applause.
The results of our Kiania class, we had our first place champion with a purple being exhibited by Greenlee Giro, and the banner for that is sponsored by Rick and Judy Giro. The second place with a purple going to Sydney Kniebel, and the award for that being sponsored by Schneider Family Farms. Third with a purple to Lauren Lukuski of Washington Go-Getters. Fourth with a blue to Brock Thoman of the Highlanders. Coming into the ring right now, we have our main Anjou class. Just a reminder that the Washington County Cattlemen will be at the Producers Grill today. They will be serving lunch from 11 to 1 and dinner tonight from 4 to 8. Also a reminder that we will not be taking a break for lunch. We are going to continue working straight through this show until its completion.
I hear him saying that you can move it. I hear him saying that you can move it. I hear him saying that you can move it. I hear him saying that you can move it. I hear him saying that you can move it. understand that you can meet each other.
In my mind, there were some major decisions to be made. All four high-quality animals, from top to bottom. But I chose the one that brings everything together for me. He's weighing right at 1,400 pounds. You put your hands on him, he's carrying some cover. Just you get behind him, he's stout in that hip. He's got some lower third to him and that down through that stifle. Just a real good, complete way to start this class. It gets a little tougher between second and third. It comes down to personal preference. I think on structure standpoint, the one in second wins over the one in third. He sets back in his knee a little bit better, I think, in my mind. He's leveler in his top. He handles his top better when he's out on the move. You get him stopped. He profiles awesome, guys. He really does. He's bigger hipped than the calf in third. I would like to stouten this one up in that lower third down and through into his stifle a little bit, but a real high quality calf. Calf in third. Most days this calf wins the class. But today for me, he's going third. Like I said, I like to change that front knee structure a little bit. And you can tell by that front knee, he wants to run his head downhill out of the top of his spine and not up out of it. But again, you get your hands on him. In my mind, he's 45 days off yet to get enough cover on him. So that's why he doesn't stand any higher today. And this calf that rounds out the class, it's too bad that he has to round out the class, because you get your hands on him, he might handle the best of the whole works. He gets around. Kid does a really nice job of showing him. He's structurally sound. You get behind him, there's some top to him, there's some butt to him. Just a high quality individual. Let's go ahead and give them guys a round of applause for a great set of mean and juice steers.
Results of our main class, we had our champion with a purple being exhibited by Brock Thoman, and his banner was sponsored by John and Linda Colbert. Second, a reserve champion with a purple going to Greenlee Giro, and the award for reserve being sponsored by Schneider Family Farms. Third with a purple to Cohen Giro. Fourth with a purple to Layson Mons. Coming into the ring now, we have our red Angus class.
hear him say that you can move the tail. I hear him say that you can move the tail.
Nice set of red Angus steers here. I chose to go with the one that weighed 1320, I believe it was. He's starting to carry some cover, and you know, he's long-bodied. You get behind him, he's stout in his hip. He gets around and moves nice. He's got a nice look and eye appeal to him. He wins this class pretty easily in my mind. The next calf weighed 1545. You get your hands on him. He's probably not carrying as much cover as I'd like to see for one that weighs that. Not taking anything away from him, because he is a long-bodied, big-framed, well put-together steer. You know, I'd like to square him up from his hooks to his pins, make him a little stouter in his hip to stand any higher today, and have a little more condition to him when you handle him. And then we get into a calf that he really profiles nice. You know, just needs a little more weight per day of age, more of a moderate-type calf, but just a high-quality class of red Angus steers. Let's give him a round of applause.
Results of our red Angus class, we had our champion being exhibited by Blake Evans, also received a purple, and the award, the banner, was sponsored by Brett and Mariah Crone Farms. The reserve and second place with a purple in that class went to Ryder Vidito, and third with a blue went to Blake Evans. The next class we'll have coming in will be our Simmental class.
can move that channel. Over here, I'm saying that you can move that channel. Over here, I'm saying that you can move that channel. hear him say that you can move that chicken.
I chose to go with a calf that is the most fault-free in the class. Yeah, he's the lightest calf in the class, but that doesn't bother me one bit when they're that high quality. You get your hands on him, he's starting to put some cover on him. But, you know, 45, 50, 60 days on down the road, this one's going to be highly competitive. It'd be dang hard to beat him in 60 days is what I'm trying to say. But he gets out and moves really good. He's square-hipped, he's good topped. Just a solid place to start this class. A calf that comes out second, you get behind him, he's big-hipped, he's big-topped, you put your hands on him. I think he was weighing just over 14, like 1430 or something like that. For weighing that much, I'd like to put a little more cover on his rib cage back in that 12th and 13th rib for weighing 1440 already. But another high-quality individual, gets out and moves nice. Just long-bodied meat and potatoes type steer. Then we get into a steer in third, you know. You get behind him, he gets outside of himself and his skeleton a little bit, real wide-based. He's level in his top. Just another meat and potatoes type calf, just maybe doesn't have the eye appeal to stand any higher today. Then we follow him with another steer. When he gets out, he breaks a little bit right there at his hook loin juncture. But he gets out and he reaches his stride. You know, you maybe like to stouten him up just a little bit. You get your hands on him, he's starting to get a real nice cover to him, just a real nice steer. Then we get into one, maybe gets a little straight in his shoulder for me. He gets out maybe not as long bodied as the one ahead of him, but a nice project for the young man. And then we get into two. I chose to go with the longer bodied one, the longer spined one. You know, you'd like to get behind him and stouten him up, put some more muscle in him, put a little more top in him. But he's a meat and potatoes type calf. He's going to hang a real good carcass when it's all said and done. And then I rounded out the class with the smaller bodied, shorter spined animal. Gets up underneath himself a little bit when he gets out and moves. But another nice project. Let's give those exhibitors a round of applause.
You will hear him say that you can move that chicken.
The results for our Simmental class, we had our champion receiving first with a purple going to Rena Lyle. And the award, the banner for that is sponsored by Thoman Simmentals. Second with a purple, and the reserve going to Hayden Norman of the Lime Creek Live Wires. And the award for that is sponsored by Schneider Family Farms. Third with a purple was exhibited by Hunter Siebel. Fourth with a purple going to Allie Wetstein. Fifth with a purple going to Covert Griner. Sixth with a blue to Preston Ford. Seventh with a blue to Madeline Siren.
You will hear him say that you can move that chicken.
Coming into the ring now, we have our all other breeds class. We do have to have 3 of a breed for it to show as its own class. And so that's why we have our all other breed steer class. So we'll see a good mixture out in the ring right now.
hear him say that you can move it. I hear him say that you can move it. I hear him say that you can move it. I hear him say that you can move it. I hear him say that you can move it.
say thank you to KCTC for live streaming our livestock shows throughout the Washington County Fair. We also want to say thank you to the following individuals. We'll say thank you to Michael Houston with Pioneer for paying the beef checkoff fees. The wood chips in the beef stalls were donated by Hammis Brothers Sawmill in Ollie. Shavings in the show ring were donated by Joe Hostetler of 4-H Wood Products. The Carcass scans were paid by Evans Welding and LCB Feed and Washington County Cattlemen.
You'll hear them say that you can move their chips.
Real nice AOB division here to get him started. This calf hits you pretty hard when he comes in. He's powerful from every angle you look at him. He's so dimensional everywhere. Big topped. He handles that top when he gets out and moves. He moves good enough for me. He's square hipped. He's big in his stifle. Just a real complete calf to start this class off. The kind of the blue roan looking steer here, another just a meat and potatoes, just solid steer. He gets out, he moves good, he lays back in that hip real nice. He's big enough bone for me, he's stout enough for me to be second, but you get behind him, he just doesn't have the power that calf that wins the class that does to stand any higher to win the class. Then we get into this Hereford steer. Here's a really good Hereford steer, guys. You want to talk about meat and potatoes Hereford steer. He's level in his top. He's square made. Yeah, you'd like to square his hip up a little bit, and I know that's kind of a breed characteristic. It's hard to get around those other breed steers that are bred to be bigger hipped, but this is a solid calf. He's big enough boned, he's good footed, he gets out and he moves nice, he's carrying nice condition. Then we get into a white calf here. I'd like to put another 100 pounds on him, but you get him stopped, he profiles nice, he gets out and he moves good enough, he's level topped. You get behind him, he's stout enough, but probably not stout enough to stand any higher today. Then we get into the bigger frame, longer bodied steer. He doesn't proportion up as nice when you get back and you look at him. I'd like to change his angles a little bit in his hock when he gets out and moves. You put your hands on this one. He's got some time yet, so he's going to be really big when he gets to his finish date, I believe. Then we run into three steers that just, need some more WDA to them, but I chose to go with the belted Galloway one, a little square made in his hip. Carries down, gets around the ring real good. And then we're going to follow up with these two here. I use the level or hipped one. You get behind him. This one's just a shot stouter in his top line. But, they just need some more WDA to stand any higher today. Let's go ahead and give them a round of applause.
The results of our all other breeds class, we had our champion receiving a purple going to Riker Giro. The banner for that is sponsored by Nick and Janice Shalla family. And in second in reserve receiving a purple goes to Sydney Kniebel. And the award for that is sponsored by Schneider Family Farms. Third with a purple to Lane Norman. Fourth with a blue to Tyler Lukowski. Fifth with a blue to Kennedy Long. Sixth with a red to Carson Williams. Seventh with a red to Cameron Eldridge. And eighth with a red to Lillian Eldridge.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Greg Cook, here representing the Washington County Cattlemen's Association, going to introduce you to this next class, the single source class. This class is something that is promoted and sponsored by the Washington County Cattlemen's Association, and we do this. You'll notice these cattle are a little bit different looking than maybe some of the show cattle that you see coming in here, and we do this class. It's a fun class that provides an equal playing field for all the participants. It's designed to promote production livestock, teach kids about the production cycle, the business cycle of raising cattle, and with a heavy emphasis on carcass merit. These cattle, as the name implies, come from a single local producer. Each participant puts a deposit down when they sign up for the class, and then the balance of the money is due at weigh-ins in December. This is a dedicated class. It is a no-fit class, and all of these calves are required to participate in the carcass scan prior to the fair. There is added money for this class. $400 of added money is added by agri-weigh partners, and then your county cattlemen provide the balance of the money that is awarded. The added money goes, there's money given for carcass scan and also for the placement, how the class is placed. There's a strong educational component to this class. Every year we do a trip to some place that is educational to the business cycle, whether it's a feedlot, a slaughterhouse, retail facility, something like that. This year we went and visited, the whole class went and visited the veterinary diagnostic lab in Ames, toured the Iowa Cattlemen's Association, had a great time, very educational. We would like to encourage everyone to participate in this class. We'd like to see more out here than this even. This is one of our better classes, but we've done this for 7 or 8 years, I think, and it seems to be gaining popularity. It's something everybody can do. We have a dedicated committee within the Cattlemen's Association that will come to your place, provide assistance, help you out with the animals, and it's something that's a lot of fun and really educational. So thank you for this. I'm going to announce the scan winners. And the winners of the carcass scan, in first place we have Mason Snyder, and the added money for the carcass scan is $220. In second place is Sam Troyer, $135. Third place, Cameron Renner, $90. Fourth place, Braxton Ropp, $63 is the added money there. And in fifth place, we award 5 places in the scan. The fifth place is Elena Cook with $42. Test. That is correct. Staff on the live placing will be awarding money also, maybe somewhere in the same amounts.
you hear him saying that you can move the chain.
This is a neat project that your Washington County Cattlemen's does, single source. I would guess since they're single source, there's probably some half brothers and different things out here like that. And you know, we get down into talking these, you could flip flop them, you know, the pairs a little bit if you want and different things. But I chose the calf that, you know, when you come in the ring, you know, just his eye appeal draws you in. But, you know, then you get on him and you start handling him and do different things. And he's carrying the right amount of condition in my mind by handling him. You know, he's long-bodied, long spine, square-hipped, gets out and moves really good. Just a real good place to start in this division. Calf that comes out second, probably a little stouter in his hip than the third and fourth place. Maybe not as long-bodied, but, you know, I think, you know, you get your hands on him, he's carrying the right amount of condition, he's about that right weight. But, you know, for me, just the squareness of hip, you get behind him, he's got a little more muscle than the next two coming. The next two coming is where, you know, you could flip-flop these pretty easy visually. You know, I don't know how they did on their scan stuff or anything like that, but, you know, I just took the one that was a little leveler in his hip. You get behind him, he may be a little squarer on his top than the one in fourth in my mind. You know, and then fourth and fifth, you know, there was a fine line there too. You know, I took the one that's a little longer in his spine, probably handles a little better when you get your hands on him. The young lady in fifth there, real nice complete steer. You know, I'd like to square him up from his hooks to his pins, make him a little squarer in that hip. But, you know, again, like I said, all these calves, they get out, they move good, they're good-footed, they're structurally sound. Then we get into one that, you know, for me, I'd like to lengthen him out, maybe square him up a little bit, and then we get into one, you know, that maybe just didn't have the WDA as the other ones. Everything's there to get there, you know, but you get behind him, he doesn't have as much muscle as anything above him, and let's go ahead and give them kids a round of applause for that project.
The results of our single source steer class, we had our champion being exhibited by Sam Troyer, with the banner being sponsored by Washington County Cattlemen Association, also receiving a purple in reserve, Mason Schneider, with the award sponsored by Schneider Family Farms, also receiving a purple. Third place receiving a purple went to Cameron Robb. Fourth place with a purple to Braxton Robb. Fifth place with a purple to Elena Cook.
You hear him saying that you can move the chain.
Sixth with a blue to Cameron Reiner, and seventh with a blue to Ryder Vitito. We are now going to be getting into our crossbred. There are going to be 3 divisions of crossbred. In the ring right now, we have our Crossbred steer Division 1 Class 1. So currently in the ring, we have our first class in Division 1 of Crossbred steers.
Here I'm saying that you can move it. Here I'm saying that you can move it. Here I'm saying that you can move it. Here I'm saying that you can move it.
A nice place to start in this lightweight class of crossbred steers. Just a real functional type calf. He's long spine, he's level, he gets out and he moves nice. He's starting to act up a little bit, but you know, you get behind him, he's square hipped, he goes down into a big leg. Just a real easy way to start this class. I chose to follow up with the bald face steer. You know, he's a little longer bodied, more, you know, meat and potatoes type steer for me. Just doesn't have that eye appeal, that look to stand any higher today. Calf in third probably could have stood up a little higher. You know, I'd really like to see a little more WDA behind this one. And again, another nice steer. You know, he's level, he's big-footed, he gets out and he moves nice. A lot of right pieces to this one, just needs some more WDA to him. And then we get into two calves, you know, his personal preference in fourth and fifth. I chose to go with the red one. You know, I think you get behind him, he is a little square made on his top, a little square hipped. You know, to this one that's rounding out the class to stand any higher, you know, you square him up in his hip, you put a little more top in him, but he gets around and moves good. Let's give that first class a round of applause.
The results of our first class in Division 1 of Crossbred steers, we had first with a purple to Nicholas Peck, second with a purple to Eliana Hahn, Third with a blue to Stella Janicek. Fourth with a blue to Austin Sexton. Fifth with a blue to Eliana Hahn. And the next class coming in the ring will be our second class of Division 1. Following the second class, there will be a division championship.
hear him say that you can move the tail. You will hear him say that you can move the tail.
We get into this second class of crossbreds in this lightweight division, and a really solid place to start. Really hard to put a hole in this one. He gets out, he moves good, he's set back in his knee like I'd like to see. You get behind him and there's something there. You reach in and you handle him, and underneath that hair there's a lot of steer there. So, just like I said, just a real easy, solid place to start. We get into second, and this steer handles really good. I'd like to, maybe give him a little bit more frame, give him a little bit more length of spine, stand him up a little bit at that point of shoulder. But again, there's just another steer that follows that first one so nicely, and that's why he does that in second. We get into third and fourth, and I had him switch there for a minute, and then I put my hands on him. And this one, I didn't get to feel him a whole bunch because he didn't want to be a friend of mine, I guess. But what I did feel is he's starting to carry some cover, a better finish than this gold-colored steer here next. That's why I swapped them at the end. You get them side by side, they look a lot alike. But I used the black steer to be third over the gold one just because of the cover he's starting to carry. And then we get into a steer, those bottom three steers is more personal preference. I chose to go with one that was a longer spined one. I did feel those three, and this one probably is carrying the most condition over that rib cage. And then I went next with the smaller framed one, but I think he's starting to put the condition on in the right spots. He's level in his lines, good length of body, square hip. And then I followed up with a calf that just needs some more WDA. He gets a little straighter when he gets out and moves, and that tail head comes up. He just doesn't look as attractive as some of them up above him today. Let's go ahead and give him a round of applause.
The results of our Division I Class 2, we had first with a purple to Riker Giro, second with a purple to Cale Schneider, third with a purple to Cameron Robb, fourth with a purple to Mason Schneider, fifth with a blue to Nicholas West, sixth with a blue to Tyler Lukowski, seventh with a blue to Covert Greiner. We'll now be having our championship drive for Division I. The awards for the Division I champion and reserve champion are sponsored by CBI Bank and Trust and Schneider Family Farms.
I'm not going to talk these calves again. We just listened to me talk about them, what I liked and what I didn't like. I'd just like for you guys to give these kids a round of applause for an excellent, high-quality set of Division I crossbred steers. I'll go get you a champion in reserve.
You will hear him say that you can move the tail.
Our champion for Division 1 is being exhibited today by Riker Giro and our reserve by Kale Schneider. I do want to give a shout out to Kinsey Miller. She is our princess who has been handing out ribbons and banners all day and been doing a great job. Coming into the ring right now, we have our first class in Division 2.
I hear him saying that you can move it. I hear him saying that you can move it. I hear him saying that you can move it.
Another nice way to start this class. Another one that come in last in the ring, but he hits you really hard. Real level in his lines, gets out and he moves good. You get your hands on him underneath that hair. There's still a good cover there. Really good steer, complete steer to start the way. The one that follows him closest is the next smoke steer. I really like this one when he gets out and moves. He's loose in his structure. He's loose in his pasterns. But you get your hands on him. He's carrying some condition like he should be today. Just another nice, just didn't quite have the eye appeal maybe as that first place steer did. Young lady's heifer or steer that comes in third hit me real hard when he come in the ring, and you kind of look at him and he gets out and he moves, and you'd like to loosen him up in his pasterns. He's soft enough in his pasterns, but you get behind him, he's big hipped, has lots of muscle. Long body, long in his spine. That neck comes up out the top side of that shoulder. Just a real nice third place steer. The steer that comes out fourth really profiles really, really nice. You get him out on the move, and like I said, structure still is an issue for me on the market side. I'd like to loosen him up in his pasterns, loosen him up in his hocks a little bit. He wants to get outside of his skeleton on that left hind leg, but a real good complete market steer. Then we have a smoke steer that's giving the young lady a tough job, and she's sticking it out. But another one level in his lines, big hip, big top, just needs a little more cover, be a little farther along to stand up any higher. Young man has a shorter frame, shorter spine steer, but I still think he's the most complete to stand over the last steer there. The other one, the steer in last, he appears not to have the finish that some of these other steers, and just lacks the eye appeal as some of the other ones in the class, but still a really good meat and potatoes type steer. Let's go ahead and give him a round of applause for a nice set of steer calves.
Coming into the ring next, we have our Division II Class 2. Following this class, there will be a division championship for Division II.
You know, these steers are, I think they were 1365 to 1385, so they're only 20 pounds difference in the 5 of them. And that's why I didn't handle those fourth and fifth place ones. You know, they're kind of putting their condition in different spots. But this one here that leads out the class does so pretty handily. Another one that's big square topped, big square hip. To get your hands on him, there's something there. Just, you know, the eye appeal. He's got the extra. Just a real good, easy place to start in this class. The next calf, probably the levelest hip to the next four, nicest topped. You handle him, he's starting to put some condition on, you know, he's getting there. Just a really good meat and potatoes type steer. The one striped face calf next, you know, I'd like to maybe bring that top of that neck out of the top of his shoulder a little better, maybe handle his top line a little nicer, but, you know, market ready wise, he's putting on some condition. He gets out and he moves okay. You know, you'd like to get him inside his skeleton a little better from behind. And like I said, on that fourth and fifth one, you could do what you want with it. Like I said, they're just pushing their condition and their cover up into different areas that I don't like to see up around that tail head, and, you know, a lot more down into that chest to stand any higher today. But again, they're going to go on and they're going to hang good carcasses and everything. By industry standards, they're really nice. Just today, they can't stand any higher in this class in my eyes. Let's go ahead and give them a round of applause.
The results of our second class in Division 2, we had first with a purple being exhibited by Hunter Sebo, second with a blue to Claire Stalder, third with a blue to Grant Burdo, fourth with a blue to Jake Burdo, fifth with a blue to Sarah Burdo. Coming into the ring now, we'll have our championship drive for Division 2. First place in Class 1 was exhibited by Libby Seiko, and second by Kennedy Long from Class 2. First place being exhibited by Hunter Sebo, and second by Claire Stalder.
Very high quality Division 2 in the crossbreds here. I guess when it comes down to it, it's going to come down to personal preference. But I think there's one out here that when you get behind him, he's just stouter made. I think you get your hands on him, he handles a little better over his rib cage. You know, he handles in his loin, he's probably bigger loin. And you get down behind him and he's just bigger down in through that stifle. He probably doesn't move as good as the one I'm going to use in reserve, but I think he's got enough power to him that he moves plenty good enough for me. Let's give him a round of applause. I'll go show you which one that I like the best, and then I'll get you a reserve.
The results of our Division II championship. Hunter Siebel with the champion in that, with his banner sponsored by Federation Bank, and reserve being shown by Libby Seiko, and the award for reserve sponsored by Schneider Family Farms. The next class we'll have coming in the ring will be our first class in Division III. Division III is our final division of Crossbreds. Hopefully when you picked up your programs today, you were able to get the correct page 6. Hopefully you have a page 6 in your packet. Page 6 was a separate page from the rest of the show program originally. So hopefully you have gotten onto that page of our show program. Following is a list of senior 4-Hers who have been wearing gray polos or need some recognition. We have Taylor Bartholomew, Blake Evans, Zoe Denler, and Blake Peck, who have been in and out of the ring throughout the day, who are some of our 2024 graduating seniors. We also want to say thank you to KCTC for their generous gift of live streaming all of our shows.
Probably the most fault-free calf to win this class. There's not one in here that just reaches out and grabs you and says, hey, I'm here to win this class. But you study this one for what he is, and you get your hands on him. He's carrying some condition better than the 2, 3, and 4 underneath of him. But, you know, like I said, just a real good meat and potatoes, solid place to start with this class. The yellow steer, you know, very striking, eye-appealing on the sides, profile. You get him out and move. You want to loosen him up a little bit in that structure. You get your hands on him, and he's got a ways to go for cover. You know, I'd like to see a little more cover on those ribs. But like I said, you know, loosen him up in his structure a little bit, put some cover on him to make him stand any higher today. Then we get a calf that's got quite a bit of cover on him. You know, he's starting to put some cover in places that I don't really like to see, kind of like that last deal that I talked about, but he's still a meat and potatoes type calf. And then we have a calf rounded out the class. You know, he just doesn't quite get to the WDA of these other steers, but he's long-bodied. He's getting there. He needs some more cover on him to get to the finished product, but a nice class of steers for these young exhibitors. Let's give them a round of applause.
The results of our first class in Division 3, we had first with a purple to Emerson Moore, second with a purple to Cole Troyer, third with a blue to Ethan Hotchkiss, fourth with a blue to Allie Wolf. Coming into the ring now is our second class in Division 3. There's one more class following this, and we'll select a Division 3 champion. Our Washington County Fair Princess, Kinsey Miller, is coming around with a replacement page 6 if you need one. So wave her down as she comes around and she'll give you one of the replacement sheets.
hear him say that you can move the tape.
Nice way to start this class. Just another steer that really grabs your attention when he hits the ring. Young lady said he's weighing 1475. You get your hands on him. You know, he's good topped and he's got some condition on him, so that's good. Gets out and moves good around the ring, and they really do a nice job with him. Just solid place to start this class. The next three, you know, I chose to go with the one that balances up more from the side profile, and you get behind him, looks like he's got a good top on him. He's starting to put some cover on him when you get your hands on him. Another one of those meat and potato type steers. I switched these last two, the third and fourth at the end there. Just you get your hands on them. The one in third's carrying a little more condition, a little more market ready today for me. The calf that rounds out the class, you know, you'd think weighing what he does, he'd have a little more finish over the rib cage. But for me, he just doesn't have it. He has quite a few more days to get there, and I think by that time, for me personally, he'd be a little too big. But nice set of steers, no doubt. So let's give him a round of applause.
The results of our Class 2 in Division 3, we had first with a purple to Sophie Seiko, second with a purple to Tate Sheets, third with a blue to Caden Reed, fourth with a blue to Jace Kalupa. Coming into the ring next will be our final class in Division 3, Class 3. Following this next class, we will be selecting a division winner. We will then select our champion. We'll start getting into our championship drive following our Division 3.
You will hear him say that you can move the tape.
Take a moment to recognize Blake Peck as one of our senior 4-H members. He's wearing one of our gray polos today. Polos are sponsored by Woodhoff Farm Supply. We do want to say thank you to Federation Bank for their sponsorship of the 4-H and FFA exhibitors shirts. Also, we want to say thank you to our individuals who have been sponsors overall of the show. So we want to say thank you to Michael Houston of Pioneer Hybrid for paying the beef checkoff fees, the wood chips and the beef stalls being donated by Hammes Brothers Sawmill and Ollie, shavings in the show ring being donated by Joe Hostetler of 4-H Wood Products. The Carcass scan fees were paid by Evans Welding and LCB Feed and Washington County Cattlemen. If you're looking for and trying to decide on what you're going to have while you're at the fair for eating, the Washington County Cattlemen will be at the Producers Grill. They will be serving lunch today until 1 o'clock, and they will be serving dinner tonight from 4 to 8.
Another one of those classes that when they come in, you know, nothing really hits you super hard. We're starting to push the weight limit, the upper end of it in my eyes. There's a couple calves down there that are really, really high quality. Just, you know, I think they're too big. And that's why I had to sift them down towards the bottom there. But, you know, we start with this calf that weighs, I think, 1495. He's got some nice cover on him. You handle him, you get around him. You look down his top, he's long spined, he's square hipped, he gets out and he moves nice. You know, you've heard me say it all day long. He's just a meat and potatoes type calf. But he wins this class pretty easily in my mind. Then we come out with another calf that weighs just right at 1500. Another meat and potatoes, long spine, square hipped. Doesn't get out and move as easily as our class winner does. You know, there's little nitpicky things all the way down that, you know, like I said, you guys could flip these around. Somebody tomorrow would place these totally different. Then we get one here that gets up in his tail head, doesn't get out and move like I'd like to see him do, but he's big topped, he handles all right. And then we get into the big bruiser here. I mean, this is a high quality one, guys. Like, look at him. He's long spined, he's big topped. You know, he weighed 1,800 pounds. In my mind, that's too big for me today. But that's a high quality one. It's a shame you got to put one that high quality in fourth place, but that's what you got to do. Then we have one coming out, I think weighed 1760, right in there. Another one that's pushing the limit on that upper side, you know, probably carrying, he's got plenty of condition on him. When you get your hands on him, he's ready to go. You know, I'd like to stouten him up in his bone structure a little bit for as big as he is. And then we round out the class with a calf that just, you know, for as big as he is, probably doesn't have the nice finish of cover on him. Another one you'd like to stouten his bone structure up. But he's sound, he gets out, you know, industry standards, he'll be just fine when he goes to the rails. So another high quality set of calves. Let's go ahead and give him a round of applause.
The results of our third class in Division 3, we had first with a purple being exhibited by Blake Peck, second with a blue to Maya Murphy, third with a blue to Lauren Lukowski, fourth with a blue to Layson Montz, fifth with a red to Izzy Kalupa, and sixth with a red to Jake Burdo. We're now going to have our championship drive for Division 3. We had first with a purple from our first class being exhibited by Emerson Moore, and second in that class being exhibited by Cole Troyer from class 2. First in the class being exhibited by Sophie Seiko, and second in the class by Tate Sheets from class 3. First in the class being exhibited by Blake Peck, and second by Maya Murphy. Following this division drive, we will be starting our drive for overall grand champion.
Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause for this heavyweight division of crossbreds. I'll go get you a champion, then we'll pull in a reserve, and then I'll probably talk our reserves a little bit, but I'll go get you a champion. You bring that second in here and you get more of a meat and potatoes type that's going to be reserved. They each have all great characteristics about them for the industry. They're long-bodied, they're square-hipped. One of them out here is just a little square hip, maybe a little bigger topped when you get their hands on them from when they come out of class. I'll go ahead and get your reserve here. Congratulations, kids.
So our champion for Division 3 was exhibited by Sophie Seiko. The banner for Division 3 was sponsored by Bruce and Leanna Watson. The reserve champion was exhibited by Blake Peck, and his award was sponsored by Schneider Family Farms. It may take us just a moment to get things in order before we start our championship drive.
Cal here, and I'm going to talk about KCTC's beefy broadband speeds. You can feast on the ultimate security experience. Monitor from anywhere, deter crime, and save money. KCTC offers a grade A premium menu of solutions, keeping you online, secured, and giving you the meat sweats. Plus, all new customers are entered to win a half a hog or a beef bundle. Don't stew on it. Visit kctc.net/beefybroadband.
hear him say that you can move that tape.
We are now going to get started with our overall Grand Championship drive. Coming in for our returning bucket bottle market steer, we have Tate Bombi. For the small breeds division, we have Macy Ehrig. We have Erica Thoman's produce market steer. Market heifer being exhibited by Cale Schneider. We have our Angus being exhibited by Nicholas Peck.
You will hear him say that you can move that tape.
Our Kiania by Greenlee Giro. Main Anjou by Brock Thoman. Our Red Angus by Blake Evans. Our Simmental by Rena Lyle. Our All Other Breeds by Riker Giro. Our Division 1 by Riker Giro. Our Division 2 by Hunter Siebel. And our Division 3 by Sophie Seiko.
You will hear him say that you can move that tape.
Our grand champion will be receiving awards sponsored by Triple G Livestock, Leon Knoll and Nathan Greiner. Also, they'll be receiving a belt buckle, which is sponsored by the Washington County Cattlemen's Association, an embroidered chair sponsored by Lenz Show Cattle, Brian and Ben Lenz. They will also be receiving cash awards from the Washington County Cattlemen's Association and Keith and Sarah Murphy. The reserve champion today will be receiving a banner sponsored by CBI Bank and Trust and a cash award from Boar Farms. Third place overall, their banner is sponsored by John and Linda Colbert. Fourth place overall has a banner sponsored by LCB Feeds, as does the fifth place overall.
You will hear him say that you
There are also top 5 overall awards sponsored by Washington County Cattlemen's Association. Just a reminder that the livestock auction will be tomorrow. It will start at 8:30.
You will hear him say that you can move that tape.
Let's go ahead and give these division champions a round of applause. I think there are some really high quality ones that come out of every division from early this morning all the way to the end. We're going to go ahead and I'm going to work through, and I think I'm going to pick 7. I think I have 7, maybe 8 in mind. I'm going to pull out down the center, and then I'm going to work them. We're going to release the ones that stay on the rail, and then I'm going to work those 7 or 8 to get you guys a champion and on down through a top 5. I'd like to thank everybody for Steph and her crew. The ring crew's been awesome, absolutely awesome for the heifer show. And today, they tell me that I got a cool year. So they said it can usually be up to 105, and I think on Monday it sure was there. So thank these guys that work this ring and that put on this show. These ladies over here that do all the book work. Let's give them a round of applause. There's a lot of behind the scenes stuff that goes on. With my position at the Kiania Association, we put on a junior national with the Maine and Jew Association. And I can tell you this, from being there for almost 2 weeks, we get there 3 days before anybody else gets a trailer on those fairgrounds. And there's 3 days of nonstop work done. And I know this county fair and all these county fairs that are done, it's the same situation. It's, you know, I'm lucky I get paid to do it. These guys are volunteers. So when you see them outside or you see them at the lunch table or something, go ahead and tell them thank you. It'll go a long ways to those guys. But I'm going to go ahead and put this down. Let's give these kids one more round of applause. We'll get these 7 or 8 sorted out and we'll work through them. Thank you, guys. We can go ahead and release these other calves on the rail. Let's give them a round of applause for winning their breed and their divisions. Outstanding job, guys. I know everyone's standing ringside. I was joking with Lyle earlier. I said, we get down to the nuts and bolts of this at the end. Is there a phone a friend or tag somebody else in? And, you know, at the end of the day, guys, it comes down to, it's just my opinion today. There's 5 out here, 6 out here that I think that are really good, really, really good. You guys should be very proud of the quality of animals that are standing in here for this top 5. Let's go ahead and give these kids a round of applause. Kids, I know you hear this a lot when you hear judges talk and different things, but it takes a lot to get here, and everybody knows it. All these guys, all these grandmas, grandpas, moms, dads, fitters, uncles, aunts. It takes a lot. It really does. So thank them on the way home, you know, because this starts a long time ago, last fall. Some people are already out looking for prospects for next year already, and so yeah, it's very time consuming, but there's no better way. There's no more, in my mind, there's not a better way to raise a kid, raise a family than through a show ring. It teaches them responsibility, it teaches them a lot of things, it teaches a good, bad. Some days the dice roll your way, and some days they don't. With that being said, I'm going to go out, I'm going to get you my champion and your Washington County Fair champion, and then I'll work down in through your top 5. But I would just like to reiterate, just remember, guys, you bring a different guy in here tomorrow, there's going to be a different top 5. They're going to shake them out different. And that's okay. That's what it's about. But I would like to once again say thank you to everybody and congratulations to your youth of Washington County.
Our grand champion today is exhibited by Sophie Seiko. That was out of Division 3. Coming into the ring as the reserve out of Division 3, we have Blake Peck. Reserve Grand Champion, we have Hunter Siebel out of Division 2. The reserve from Division 2 is exhibited by Libby Seiko. third place is exhibited by Riker Giro, and that was out of Division 1. The reserve out of Division 1 is exhibited by Cale Schneider. Our fourth place was exhibited by Riker Giro, and that was out of the All Other Breeds division. The reserve in the All Other Breeds was exhibited by Sydney Knievel. Our fifth place goes to Brock Feldman out of the main and shoe class. Let's give all these exhibitors one more round of applause. we are going to start with recognizing our Carcass information. So we need our top 10 for market steer kids to come to the ring, please. So we need Jace Kalupa, Izzy Kalupa, Layson Muntz, Allie Wolf, Mason Schneider, Sam Troyer, Taya Bombi, all to come into the ring, please. All right, we're going to start with our Carcass scan for market steers. For 10th place, we have Layson Muntz. Receiving 9th place, we have Taya Bombi. Receiving 8th place, we have Sam Troyer. Receiving 7th place, we have seventh, we have Mason Schneider. 6th place, we have Allie Wolf. 5th place, we have Layson Muntz. For 4th place, we have Jace Kalupa. For 3rd place, we have Izzy Kalupa. Our reserve champion is Izzy Kalupa. And our champion is Jace Kalupa. Let's give them a round of applause. All right, we're going to move to, if we could, some of you are going to stay kind of over here because we'll do rate of gain. I'm going to do market heifers and then we'll do our top 10 rate of gain. So in the ring, I need Evan Vitito, Maya Murphy, Lucas Bender, Zoe Denler, Taya Bombi, Tessa Bombi, Mason Schneider, and Adrian Blavel. All right, for our heifers, in 8th place we have Adrian Blauvelt. In 7th place we have Mason Schneider. In 6th place we have Tessa Bombi. In 5th place we have Taya Bombi. In 4th place we have Zoe Denler. In 3rd place, we have Lucas Bender. Our reserve champion goes to Maya Murphy. And our champion goes to Evan Vitito. Let's give these guys a round of applause. All right, now we're going to do our top 10 rate of gain. So out in the ring for this, we need Lane Norman, Madeline Siren, Cameron Robb, Layson Muntz, Allie Wolf, Claire Stalder, Taya Bombi, Evan Vitito, Jace Kalupa, and Izzy Kalupa. All right, there is a 3-way tie for 10th. That would be with Cameron Robb, Madeline Siren, and Lane Norman. For ninth place, we have Layson Montz. We have a tie for eighth place. We have Allie Wolf and Layson Montz. In seventh place, we have Claire Stalder. Sixth place, we have Taya Bombi. Fifth place, we have Evan Vidito. Fourth place, we have Jace Kalupa. Third place, we have Izzy Kalupa. Second place, we have Izzy Kalupa. And our champion today for rate of gain with a 5.46 average rate of gain, we have Jace Kalupa. Let's give them all a round of applause. Our top 10 ribbons for the rate of gain were sponsored by the Washington County Fair Board. Our champion banner for rate of gain was sponsored by Hills Bank and Trust. There was a cash award for the champion for the rate of gain, sponsored by Nate and Ann Kalupa family. The reserve award was sponsored by Schneider Family Farms. For Carcass, the top 10 steer and heifer, there were cash donors. They were the Farmers Co-op of Keota and Ainsworth, Washington State Bank, Pioneer Seeds, Terry Greiner, Libertyville Savings Bank of Keota, Powell Funeral Homes, Insurance Solutions Agency, American Family Insurance, Andrew Belzer, the agent, Bruce and Leanna Watson, Animal Health International, Crawford Meat Plant, funds in memory of George Colthurst, United Animal Health. The top 10 Carcass steer and heifer ribbons were sponsored by Dahlmeyer Farms. The champion steer banner was sponsored by Libertyville Savings Bank of Keota. Cash awards were sponsored by Lanny and Margaret Brenning. The steer reserve received a cash prize. The heifer champion banner was sponsored by Vidito Insurance Incorporated, Don Vidito, and then the reserve received a cash award. Here in just a moment, we're going to get started with our showmanship. We are going to start with senior showmanship, then intermediate, then junior. We are going to get started with senior showmanship. The banner or the award for senior showmanship is sponsored by Craig and Jody Beinhardt family, and the reserve will be sponsored by Schneider Family Farms.
You'll hear him say that you can move it. You'll hear him say that you can move it. You'll hear him say that you can move it. You'll hear him say that you can move it.
If you guys were here for the breeding heifer show the other day when I did that showmanship, you know that at our house, we take showmanship very seriously. It's something we practice every day. I like to see these kids be able to lead them in, use that show stick to calm their calf. If you have to, reach back, move a foot a little bit, that's fine. Don't overuse that show stick by any means. And I'm a very basic, traditional person. When it comes to showmanship, I like to see boots, belts, jeans. I don't like dude shoes. I don't like tennis shoes or anything like that when it comes to showmanship. Sometimes twisted X's are okay, but a lot of times I'm going to give the send up to somebody in boots. But with that being said, these 7 individuals out here do a very, very nice job in my mind. Let's go ahead and give them a round of applause. I'll go get you a champion and reserve senior showman.
Our champion for senior showmanship is Brock Thoman, and our reserve is Lauren Lukowski.
People hear him say that you can move the People hear him say that you can move the People hear him say that you can move the People hear him say that you can move the People hear him say that you can move the
One thing in showmanship, you know, I talked this the other day in the heifer showmanship as well, is, you know, sometimes you get later on in the day like this, you've kind of been watching these kids show all day long, and it's something I pay attention to even in class is the showmanship. And then you get out here and you get calves that don't want to cooperate, and you know, as long as these kids stay calm, cool, and collected and work through it, you know, I give a little bit of leeway that way as well. But again, I'll go get you a champion reserve. Let's give these 5 individuals a round of applause.
Our intermediate showmanship champion today goes to Rena Lyle. Her banner is sponsored by Irwin Farms. And our reserve champion goes to Kennedy Long, whose award is sponsored by Schneider Family Farms. Currently coming into the ring right now, we have our junior showmanship, which will be our last class of the day.
hear him say that he's a new guy. 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 Hear him say that he's a new guy.
I think I've changed my mind 3 or 4 times since they come in the ring. You know, some of these kids come in and hit you hard, and then, you know, a couple of things happen that I notice that, you know, are kind of pet peeves of mine. But, you know, showmanship, it's all subjective. It's what I'm looking for. So to say you're doing anything wrong, you know, you're not. Everyone shows a little different. It's just all personal preference. And you young exhibitors here do a very nice job. You know, just a few things that I'd like to see. You know, just like I said in senior showmanship, I'm really a cowboy boot type of guy. You know, that's traditional to me. Showing Angus and Simmentals growing up and different things is that's just the way it is. And belt and boots. You know, I like to see your scotch comb in your right pocket, so when you're standing there, and if the judge does handle your calves and he steps away, that you can just reach back and grab it and comb them and move on. So I mean, there's just little things like that that I pay attention to, and like I said in these other ones, like I've been watching these kids all day. They come through the steer show ring and different things, so I've noticed which ones kind of siphon to the top for me. But let's go ahead and give these kids a round of applause. I'll give them one last look, and I'll get you a champion reserve. Congratulations, guys.
So our showmanship champion today is Alana Cook, and her banner was sponsored by Shiner Family Farms, and reserve was Eve Stoutner, and her award is sponsored by Shiner Family Farms. Thank you, and this concludes the 2024 Market Beef Show.